Hello. Hope you're all doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. Hello, Bree. I hope you're doing well. Okay. So, tonight we'll be doing things a little bit differently. Before we get started, there's some things that I wanted to talk about. Ideas that I had for I just kind of want to I wanted to go over those a little bit on the stream actually this time. I know I posted about this like a long time ago, like a few of these anyway. I posted about things a long time ago in Discord. But now that I'm back, that unfortunately kind of happened during a time, like a couple of these things happened during a time where like things were kind of a little crazy, a little hectic, and that was like shortly before like I disappeared for like half a year. So I wanted to actually talk about those again. So, before we actually get to the readings, and these are the decks we'll be using tonight, I think this is the first time that we'll be using this one on stream. This is the Threads of Fate Lumen Oracle. It's beautiful. Like, if you've never seen the artwork on this, it is absolutely beautiful. But, so, I wanted to talk about like, ideas that I had, for future streams and such. So, I know a couple of these I've posted about on the Discord. These are like very early ideas that I've had pretty much since the beginning, that I talked about like way later, after I started streaming, like a few months into it. The Discord wasn't created until a few months into streaming. But, so, the two ideas that I had that I posted about, in the, Discord, and these could still be, like, special things that we do occasionally. One of them particularly we could probably do more than the others if people ever want to do that. Especially now that I have a better mic, people can actually fucking understand me. So, that one being reading from the storybook that's associated with the Tarot of the Divine deck. This one right here. There's an accompanying storybook that I've like read from a few times, but they're like a few nights, or like even just like a single night, like a month or something. We could like take a chill night to just like read from the storybook if people want to. If people have an interest in that, because I actually do find the stories from this deck that are associated with like the images on the cards to be quite interesting. So, and now that I have a better microphone that doesn't sound like ass, people can actually understand me, so reading those books, I wouldn't have to worry about people just like wondering what the fuck I'm saying. So, that's definitely more of an option now, so. And then the other one, and this one would just be something that we could probably do, I don't know, maybe at least once a year if people are interested, just for people who may have missed it before. And this is of course variable, and none of these things have to happen. Of course, like neither of these things actually have to happen. But the other one being helping people calculate their birth tarot cards. You essentially use your date of birth, and again, this is something I've talked about in the Discord. I wouldn't be asking for any of that information. I would just be using like a date as an example. I wouldn't even be using my own. At least not my own like full birth date. Though I mean, you can pretty much guess anyway, so it doesn't really fucking matter. If you know how old I am, you could guess the year I was born anyway, so it doesn't really fucking matter. But, anyway, I would just be using, like, an example date. It's based in numerology. You have, like, two tarot birth cards, based on the date that you were born. And those kind of give you an idea about what sort of, life you'll live, what sort of person you'll be, to an extent. And that one, of course, you know, once you know that, so that would be something that would be, like, a little bit more infrequent, and that's something I would do based on, purely interest. If people missed it, or if people just want a refresher, or, you know, like, there are new people coming in. So yeah, so that would be one of them, and those are the ones I've talked about on the Discord before, okay? And if you want to do that at some point, like, that's one that I've actually really been considering doing for a while. If you want to do that sometime, we can, like, schedule that one, okay? We can schedule that one, like, sometime in the near future, if you want. If you want to do that. So, those are the ones I've talked about in the Discord. That's in, like, the Stream Ideas and Feedback channel, I think it's called. It's the channel that's like formatted like a forum. So feel free to like post any ideas or like anything in that channel, by the way, like any idea, whether that be like a deck suggestion. There are tags for deck suggestions as well. There are tags for stream ideas if you have an idea of something we could do on a stream in the future. There's also like a feedback tag if you want to give feedback on like a reading that you got, or just general feedback, just to, yeah. That includes like server feedback too, if you have like an idea of something we could adjust or add to the server. So feel free to post if you ever have anything to say about any of it. Does it? Ah, shit. You sure that's not you? I don't think the cable's loose. That also might be picking up the fan. I do have my fan running. Okay. That's probably my fan. Yeah, that's probably my fan then. I do have my fan running because it's a bit warm currently, and I don't want to be roasting while I'm streaming. I could fix that. Let me mute for a second and pull my mic closer. Okay. It shouldn't be as bad as if it's closer. It'll pick up my voice a little bit easier. But you'll probably still be picking up a bit of the fan. So yeah. I'll probably turn that off here in a bit, because it is finally cooling down in here. It was only kind of warm in here because I was running my little toaster oven earlier. So. That thing may be tiny, but it does make it quite warm in here. So, if there are any ideas, whether that be like a stream idea, a deck suggestion, whatever, or like feedback about the server, feedback about streams, feedback about a reading that you got, whatever, feel free to post there. So. That's the entire channel's purpose in the Discord. That specific channel. If you have anything that you wanna say about anything. So those are the ones that I've talked about in that channel on Discord. But there were a few that one of them was very, very recent. One of them kind of popped up towards sometime like after I like disappeared for like half the year. That one is a bit different. It's not really necessarily completely related to tarot, but there's a game, I've talked about this before, like very, very early on. There's a game from my childhood that's called Loteria, which is essentially Mexican bingo. Its imagery is very, very heavily inspired by tarot. I played that game when I was a kid, and that was something I realized like shortly after like gaining an interest in tarot, that's kind of where that whole and call to tarot actually comes from. That call has been present since I was a fucking child. So, this would require me actually buying the things and actually like taking pictures of the bingo cards. But there was an idea that perhaps once I actually get the things necessary for that, the game isn't very expensive. Honestly, it's kind of, if I wanted to play along, and I probably would, just to kind of show you how to actually play it. The cards aren't like expensive. Like the little bingo cards. And the accompanying like deck of cards. Because you pull from a deck of cards to that's how you play it. You essentially pull from a deck of cards, and what's on that card is what you call out. Essentially, and then if you have that on your card anywhere, you can mark that. So the cards, the game set itself isn't what's expensive. What is expensive is the little plastic chips that you use to place on the cards. So yeah. That would probably, granted, it would probably be under about like $30 for me to get that, and that would be something that I would probably be able to get in a few months' time. Because there are some other things I need to prioritize first, but I would be able to get that in like a few months' time. But potentially, this game, Loteria, would be something that we could play on stream. I could take scans of the cards, upload them. I could have people choose what cards they want. You would just have to tell me what card, the number associated with the card that you chose, the bingo card that you chose, and then we could essentially play Loteria together. If you wanted to. Granted, I don't know if there would be, like, it would probably just be something for fun, though in the future, when I actually have the ability to, we could actually probably play that for prizes. So, but, yeah. It's a really fun game from my childhood that, the imagery within is very, very heavily inspired by tarot. So it would be related. And that would be something that we could do for like a fun night every once in a while. If there was interest in it. So that one was one that like kind of came to me like early on, like after I kind of like had to take a break from things. The other one, however, is one that is very recent. And this is one that I'm actually planning on implementing very, very soon. So, every once in a while, I'm probably considering doing it on Saturdays, and this will probably be like a weekly thing. So probably every Saturday, just to kind of shake things up a little and like change things up. One of the things that I was planning on implementing soon, perhaps if I get everything set up by April, we can do this in April. We can start doing this in April. But something I was considering doing every Saturday, every week, would be a choose your own deck night, where you get to choose what decks you want, like, you get to choose what decks you get to use for your readings. That way we get more deck variety on the stream. You can see all the decks that I have. They actually get more use. Because there are some that are just sitting there, just like not being used very often, particularly on stream, and even I don't use them very often unless I feel a strong call to them. There's one poor deck that I haven't even used on stream before. And that's this one. The True Black Tarot, which is one of the other, like, tarot decks that I use the most personally, even though I haven't used this one very much either. Both of these decks call to me very strongly, the Tarot of the Divine and the True Black Tarot. And it wasn't until after I actually got the True Black Tarot, and this one, this deck actually came from Adam. It was originally his, but he didn't really connect with it very well, so when he visited last fall, he brought this up with him and gave it to me. It wasn't until I received this deck that I realized why I felt such a strong call to it. And I'll actually show you why, particularly why I know that I felt such a strong call to both of these decks. It wasn't until much later that I figured this out, but because they didn't kind of make an appearance until, like, much later. Like, they actually appeared shortly before I left. And there was definitely a reason for that one. For why they, like, chose to appear then, because it was absolutely needed, because I was going through some shit. And they were there for support. But let me find the two cards here. There's one. Hiccups, it would be great if you could not. Thank you. I'm sorry if my mic is picking it up. So, I kind of understand a bit why I actually felt such a strong call to these decks now. And that's because of this card. Are you going to focus? You good? Hold on. Thank you. So, I don't know why that wasn't focusing. So, this card in particular, and it's funny, I've talked about this recently, it may look like there are only 2 people on this card, but there are actually 3. Take a look under the throne there. Those pieces in that water there, those are kind of Osiris. Oops. This being Set, of course, and this being Isis. And then there's also this one as well. This is Ra. And so these two are present, and if you'll notice here specifically on the 5 of Swords, the swords there that he's holding, those are called Kapesh. They were weapons that the warriors used, and they're both warriors. In fact, they kind of all are. Though Lady Isis was a different type of warrior. Leaning more so towards witch rather than warrior, but... So, Kapesh were the weapons that warriors used during their time. Particularly they were used among the Pharaoh's Guard. There's only one other deck that I've actually seen that has an association with ancient that uses, well, there are plenty of them, but I should say there are only 2 that I've connected with that actually have like a strong connection of sorts to them. This would be one of them. The other one would be the True Black Tarot. Let me find the card in this one. And it's actually very, very funny because it's the same card. It's the same card. The Five of Swords in both decks has an association with ancient Egypt. The Suit of Swords on the tarot, or the True Black Tarot, uses different swords throughout history, and for whatever reason, for the Five of Swords in this deck as well, they decided to use Kapesh. Exact same weapons. So, these two tarot decks are the two that I own that I actually have the strongest connection to for that reason. It makes sense as to why I actually felt such a strong call towards the True Black Tarot. And why I felt such a strong pull to Tarot of the Divine as well. Now that I know those things. But yeah, leave that out here. So, anyway, back to, yeah, the True Black Tarot is one that I haven't used very much, myself. I don't think it's one that I've ever used on the stream. So, we could, by doing choose your own deck nights, you get to decide what decks you have used for your readings. Therefore, you get a bit more of a, you get to be a bit more interactive with your readings and actually choose decks that call to you in the moment. Which should also hopefully get you, you know, like, better readings. And actually get you messages that you know, need to hear. So, because I have plenty of decks. I have 5 tarot decks you can choose from. That's if I throw the True Black Tarot in there. That one is still one that I'm getting used to myself, so that one might not be thrown in there right away. But there are still 4 tarot decks that you can choose from. There's the Tarot of the Divine, the Star Spinner Tarot, which we used not last week, but the week before, and the Diablo Tarot, and then the Cat Meme Tarot. And then, I don't even know how many Oracle decks I own. I own too many. Okay? I own far too many Oracle decks. I have the Empyrean. I have my crate of decks. It's a basket. How dare. I have the Empyrean, I have the Work Your Light Oracle, I have the Moonology Oracle, I have Seasons of the Witch Beoltina, Seasons of the Witch Mabon, Seasons of the Witch Samhain, Seasons of the Witch Yule, Seasons of the Witch Imbolc, the Isis Oracle, the Kali Oracle, Threads of Fate Lumen Edition Oracle, the Egyptian Gods Oracle, and the Moon Witch Oracle. And that's not including the other decks I have, like the Therapets deck, the Illuminator's Amulet deck, the Eventide Affirmations deck, the Mindfulness cards, and this wouldn't be included in the main list, but there's also the Signs and Skymates deck as well, which is like about astrological compatibility and stuff, and kind of gives you an insight into like what what sort of what your relationship with someone may actually be. And then I also have the Instant Magic Oracle book as well. So I have lots of decks. So, yes, choose your own deck nights. Choose your own deck nights would kind of allow for more of those decks to be used, while also giving people more of essentially just more interactivity with their readings. So yeah, if I can get everything ready before then, we could probably start that in April. I would just want to set up like an actual list with links to the decks so that people could actually kind of see them. And kind of get a feeling for the deck. So yeah. And then, those are pretty much like the only ideas I had for now. But, the other thing, this is like something I asked about like shortly before I like disappeared for half the year. I posted like a list of decks that are currently on like my radar to get at some point in the future, or decide on if I actually want in the future. Because I think I only have like one deck left on my throne wish list. So I have like, there's still a lot of decks that I would like to get. They're mostly Oracle decks, so there are still a few Tarot decks that I would like to get. And it's mostly just so people can kind of have like a just because I want to give people a say in like the sort of decks that I buy to actually use on stream. Like yes, I buy a lot of decks for myself, and these are all decks that I want, but this is a way, so this isn't, you know, someone deciding like on a deck that I don't actually vibe with. If it's on the list, it's one that I've considered getting. So, this is essentially a way for people to actually kind of voice their opinions on like what decks they would actually like me to get in the future. But just because they're added to the Throne wish list doesn't mean that just because they're added to the Throne wish list doesn't mean that like someone has to purchase it for me. So, because like that's not what it's about. If people want to contribute like a few dollars to a deck on my Throne, what the hell just happened there? No, not. That sounded a bit too much like dick. No. Deck. We're not adding those to the Throne wish list. Thank you. Anyway. Fuck. You can stop laughing, you little shit. I can hear you. Don't you fucking smirk at me. Anyway. Like, if people ever want to contribute a few dollars towards a deck that is on my Throne wish list, like, that's completely optional, and that should just be something that's done, like, just because you want to show a little appreciation. It's not something I ever expect, ever. That's not why I have a Throne wish list. This is mostly just a way for people to actually kind of show appreciation, if they choose to and if they have the ability to. And also a way to kind of give people an idea of like the sorts of decks that I actually kind of have on my radar, so that they can just kind of, you know, like say, hey, I like this. You should like try to get this in the future. So, that's also something I need to refresh. That's something that I did. I like posted like a post about what sort of decks, I allowed people to vote on decks, to add to my Throne wish list, because I only have like a single deck left there. And the sorts of decks that I actually post there are usually ones that aren't super high a priority anyway. The ones I plan on getting, like, as soon as I possibly can, are the ones that I don't add to that wish list. There are still more decks that are on that wish list, and since I last posted that, there are quite a few that have been removed, because the entire Seasons of the Witch series was on that list, but that's one that I ended up, like, prioritizing pretty heavily, while I was away. So I ended up just purchasing all of those on my own. So a lot of decks have been removed from that list because I've bought them. And there are also probably quite a few new decks as well that I've kind of noticed that would be added to like that list of decks on my radar. So that's something I'll also probably refresh soon. That's something I've been meaning to talk about as well. So I decided to just kind of like talk about everything tonight. Just to kind of give people an idea of like, you know, what sorts of things I'd like to do going forward and shit. So, but yeah, so soonish, you can probably look out for this, within the next 2 days, honestly. Because that wouldn't be something that would be very hard to, update and such. I'll probably make another post, again, on that, channel in the Discord, so that you can vote on what decks you want, what decks you would like me to add to my Throne wish list, just so I can pop a few more on there. And also so I can get an idea of what sort of decks the community wants as well, and would like to have for use on stream. So, within the next few days, you can probably expect me to make another post there with an updated list of decks. And then you can just vote on what deck you would most like for me to add to the throne wish list. Plus, like, if a deck gets added and I decide that it's one that I want to prioritize, it's also something that I can, like, remove too from the list. So, and just, like, purchase myself. So, yeah. I actually do need to go through my, like, list of decks that I want anyway. Just to kind of go through it and, like, prune it. I need to prune it so I can just kind of remove the decks that I don't really quite have that I don't quite vibe with anymore. Because things have changed over time. Hey, Phantom Punk. Queue isn't open yet. I haven't even done collectives yet. I've just been talking about, future ideas and things that, I'm planning for the future. I was actually about to get started here with that soon, though, so you're just in time for that. But yeah. So, within the next 2 days, you can probably expect me to make another post there so that people can vote on decks that they want me to add to the wish list. And that'll also kind of give me an idea of what sort of decks people would like me to purchase for use on stream in general. So if you're interested in that and you're not already a part of the Discord, there is a Discord command to list the Discord. It's completely optional though, you don't ever have to fucking join. I do not care. Like, I get it. I get it. You can only join so many Discords before things get overwhelming. Or you may just not have an interest in Discord. That's completely fine. But, regardless, if you would like to vote, yeah. And that also may be something that I just kind of go over on stream too. Just for people who don't have a Discord, who still want to participate. So, I will still probably be giving people another option to vote. So, it's okay. So for the next few days, you could probably expect, an updated list to be posted there, just so I can kind of get an idea for, like, what sorts of things people would like me to get, what sorts of decks people would like me to get for use on stream, and what sort of decks I could potentially add to the throne wish list for those who do wish to, you know, show a little bit of appreciation that way by throwing a few dollars towards a deck. Because crowdfunding is always enabled for the things that I add on Throne, by the way. I never expect people to just outright buy something for me entirely. And again, as I said earlier, I don't ever expect people to, like, do anything. Like, it's completely optional. Like, trust me, I get it. Like, things are rough right now. Like, you should be prioritizing yourself. If you don't have, like, extra, don't ever fucking feel like you have to do anything. Because you don't. You don't. And yeah, so, and before April, hopefully before April, I'll get this stuff, the list set up for the decks that I do own for the Choose Your Own Deck night, and then we can implement that on Saturdays going forward. So I'll try to get that done at least sometime early April, so then we can begin implementing that. Because I feel like that would be very fun. So but yeah. But anyway, so yeah, we'll probably start doing that sometime early April, and then if people really do have an interest in the in a night where we calculate birth tarot cards, where I help you calculate those yourself, yeah, we can do that at some point in the future too, if people want that. So I know 3 of you have already expressed interest, so we can probably make a plan for that at some point in the future. That actually... How does Saturday sound? This Saturday. What date is this Saturday's date? Oh, it's the 30th. Okay. So yeah. Is that something you guys would like to do this Saturday? We can have a special stream on Saturday night. Sure. That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. Yeah, we can plan to do that Saturday then. That'll be something that regardless, unless I like suddenly fall like severely ill or something, that's something that's not gonna like be super draining. Like, not that streams usually are draining anyway, but essentially, even if I'm not feeling up to it, you know, like I was like this past Saturday, regardless of how I'm feeling that night, unless something like happens, significant happens, I'll be live that night, because that's super like low intensity sort of stream, so yeah, that doesn't really take much. Because literally it's just numerology, so it's math. Gotta do a little math that night. That's it. And then of course, like, offer the interpretations of the 2 cards that you receive. So, but yeah, we can do that birth tarot card calculation night on Saturday. I'll post an announcement. Adam, if you'll try to remind me after stream, just in case I forget, remind me to post an announcement. Okay? I'll post an announcement about the birth tarot card stream in the announcement channel. Okay, thank you. That works. Just send me a message and I'll see that after stream. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Oh, so hello, Candy M's. But anyway, that's like an hour of yapping, so let's actually get on to the tarot readings now. So, first we're gonna start off with collectives. Oop. Okay. Okay. So let's see what collectives got for us tonight. What message do we need to hear tonight? Shuffling is probably going to be a bit louder now, since I had to pull my mic a little bit closer, because my fan's on. Wow, that one just popped out immediately. Okay. Okay, we got the Eight of Wands. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's all wands and like fire energy. We got the Eight of Wands. We got the Nine of Wands. We got the Three of Wands here as well. I'll just put that one right there, since, yeah. And then we got the Sun. Hello, sir. How you doing? Okay, so it's all fire energy. So, ooh. So, we got... It's very fitting, because we just had the full moon last night, which is definitely very, intense energy. It was also a lunar eclipse last night, and, I don't think it's over yet either, so, you'll still feel that for, like... You'll still feel that for, like, another night or two. There are, like, a lasting energy of that one. So... Yeah, there was a full moon last night, a full moon lunar eclipse, actually. So, that in Aries season started, like, a few days ago. So, Aries is a fire sign, so, not surprising that we got a lot of fire energy right now. Oh, fitting. Oh, fitting. Okay, so... essentially, along with this, I do believe what I'm essentially getting out of this is, expect this fiery energy to bring you a lot of change, okay? Just overall. The overall message here is, stay motivated, keep pushing through, Things may move a little bit fast, and now is the time to go, okay? Now is the time to go. Use that fire energy. Use that fiery energy to push yourself forward, okay? Push yourself forward. Push yourself forward. Keep persevering, okay? Try to keep that motivation and that energy going. And work on the things that you're trying to set up for yourself, okay? Keep taking action on those things, keep moving forward. Keep pushing through. And there's a lot of fulfillment, a lot of joy, a lot of happiness, just overall, like, positivity and just better days ahead for you with this Sun card specifically, okay? There are going to be a lot of good things going. Keep pushing through. Keep using that fiery energy. Keep going after the things you want, okay? Keep going. Okay. Yeah, if that's what you feel called to do, Bree, go for it. Yeah, exactly. While you do want to go, you do want to make sure that you're not rushing things, okay? Go, but don't push yourself too hard. Because then that leads to burnout. And let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add. Also, I didn't mention it earlier, I meant to, but I kind of got distracted by other things. I do hope that your workout went well for you earlier, Bree. Oh, thank you, Bree. I'm glad you feel that way. Thank you. Okay. Ooh, okay. Oh, this one's definitely, like, very much in line with the things that I've been doing recently. Because I've been doing a bit of spell work around this full moon. So, yeah. Definitely utilized that fiery energy around this full moon. Created my own fiery energy, using a lot of things symbolizing fire energy in, like, some of my workings and shit, and, I've had a candle burning for the past, like, 2 days now? 2.5 days. So, and this is very much indeed part of what that is for. Reclaim. Oh, here, let me... These cards are so fucking pretty. Especially when you have them under direct light, you can actually see that the back is holographic. These are so pretty. And then we have Underworld. Okay. Reclaim. You were born as a perfectly imperfect human with gifts, talents, medicine, wisdom, and knowing. Growing up in a culture that does not nurture these gifts creates misalignment with our highest truth. Reclamation can be a lifetime process, as it is continually awakening to ancient medicine we knew in other lifetimes and soul wisdom. While there is no rulebook or map for this journey, this card calls your attention to what stirs deep inside your soul memory. We are often drawn to places, people, experiences, music, etc. that we know on a cellular level, but our logical mind may not understand why. This card asks you to follow your intuition, trust that desire, and follow it. Reclaim your knowing, your power, your medicine, and your healing. Enjoy the mystery and the stories unfolding. Reclaim the underworld? Yeah. I don't know, Cyrus might have a bit of a problem with that one. And then this card also has an animal, plant, and stone companion. So I'll go ahead and read these as well. The animal companion is Panther. To see a panther live is often accompanied with a feeling of awe at how home it appears in its body, environment, and movement. Panther has an overwhelming aura of confidence. It may be laying or sauntering, but it can spring into action in a split second. Panthers are also incredibly solitary animals. They live, hunt, and travel alone. The work of reclamation can be a lonely journey. It can also be one filled with doubts and questions. Yeah, that ain't the fucking truth. Panther can teach us how to reclaim our wisdom and medicine with power, grace, confidence, and an appreciation of our solitude. And the plant association here is fireweed. Another fire energy. Oh boy. Fireweed is a pioneer plant, meaning that after extreme soil disturbance, a wildfire for example, fireweed will establish colonies to repopulate the land and put nutrients back into the soil so other plants and trees can take root. As a plant ally, it teaches us how to restore ourselves after life takes a toll on us. In particular, it helps us learn our natural capacity to self-heal. And the stone association here is Golden Apatite. Golden Apatite is a helpful ally to those who have been worn down and are feeling small. Fiery energy supports us in standing up for ourselves and reclaiming our confidence. Many of us were raised to play small, be humble, and cautious. Golden Apatite is a guide in breaking free of those ingrained limitations. Call upon Golden Apatite when you need support in reclaiming your true, confident, and empowered self. Yes, the underworld also kind of has a vibe of that as well. The underworld is also about a little bit of like shadow work as well. This fiery energy should also be used to illuminate your shadow. And Underworld. If the Underworld card comes to you, it is either an invitation to go within yourself, or it serves as an acknowledgement of where you currently are. If you do not sense you are in the Underworld, then this card is asking you to take a pause and allow the things that need to fall away to do so. If you are in the Underworld at the moment, when I feel like that's what this card is saying for most of us, it can feel like it is trial after trial, loss after loss. It may also feel empty and uncomfortable. The Underworld is where we die and are reborn. It holds the fire of transformation. So many people resist being in the Underworld or try to rush the journey, but this card is asking you to settle into it and surrender. Give yourself permission to be in this in-between space, and welcome the changes to the best of your ability. While we are in the Underworld, we need to allow ourselves to be there without anticipating the rebirth. We must simply be there. So, you may be experiencing a lot of shit right now, and it may feel like it's taking a toll on you, and thing after thing after thing is just being taken from you. And you're questioning, why are you doing this? Like, why is this happening? Why are you going on this journey? Like, what's the point? Those things didn't belong in the first place. It will only remove what does not belong, what will inhibit you, and what will get in the way of your growth, okay? Those things are being removed for a reason. Just trust the process, and just be in those moments, okay? Don't try to force anything. Thank you, Bree. Okay. So, whoever needed to hear that message, I hope it helps. And whoever needed to hear that message, specifically, remember, things may feel dark and things may feel kind of uncertain right now, okay? There's the sun card right there. That darkness will not fucking last. Okay? It never does. There will be brighter days ahead. You just need to wait for them. They will come, but first you must heal. First you must let go of the things that don't belong. The things that will only inhibit you, the things that will get in your way. Okay? But trust, there is much, much better ahead for you, okay? Hope that message helps. Okay. One more collective here. What message do those who might be watching need to hear today? Yep. Oof. Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay, so we decided to just start spitting out cards. We have the Three of Swords reversed, the Ace of Coins reversed, the Five of Coins reversed, or the Five of Coins upright rather. And Wheel of Fortune, Ten of Coins, and Queen of Wands. So, okay, so essentially what this one is saying to me right now is you're in the process of a healing journey, okay? Specifically with the Three of Swords reversed here. You're in the process of a healing journey and learning how to not be so fucking mean to yourself all the time. You might not be quite where you want to with that yet, with the Ace of Coins reversed. Okay? That is okay. It takes time. It takes time. Growth takes time, okay? I am sorry to tell you, but healing and growth is not a linear path. You will experience bumps. You will experience setbacks. You will experience so many things along that path, okay? That's a part of the path, unfortunately. Unfortunately, okay? But each time that happens, you can apply what you've learned so that you don't get stuck in that rut. for as long as you would have before. You can apply what you've learned to pull yourself out of that sooner. Normally before, you probably would have just focused on the negative. You would have felt like you were left out in the cold, and you would have focused specifically on the negatives, what you don't have, what you're missing. Ignoring the things that were right in front of you, okay? Ignoring the positives right in front of you. Ignoring the support right in front of you. This is what you're learning, okay? This is what you're learning not to do. Okay? And it's going to take time. It's going to take time. But you can apply. Each time it happens, you can apply what you've learned. Okay? You know what not to do. You can pull yourself out easier and quicker every time it happens. That's part of the growth. That's part of the journey, okay? Okay? Don't be so hard on yourself when it does happen. Because it will happen. And that's okay. That's okay. Also, sorry if you just heard that. That was one of my asshole neighbors. They like coming through blasting loud music all the fucking time. It's really annoying. But anyway. So, things are turning in your favor, okay? Things are turning in your favor. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. Don't rush yourself. Don't try to rush that progress, okay? You're working on changing these things for yourself. And that's good. Eventually you will find this happiness, this emotional fulfillment, this joy that you're waiting for here, okay? Like, you have a very warm, loving, nurturing energy to you, okay? You can apply that to yourself, as hard as it may seem, as impossible as it may seem. Remember that you're deserving of that. You deserve to treat yourself with kindness too, and you deserve to be treated with that same kindness and compassion that you give to others. Okay? Don't settle for anything less. Do not ever fucking settle for anything less. Okay? Okay. It's okay, Brie. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add here. Oh, okay. We have higher perspective, These cards really are so pretty. And soul work. Okay. Higher perspective. As people who do their internal and spiritual work, we are less likely to be bogged down by drama or reactiveness that we know truly doesn't matter. But being human means that there are times where we can't help it. Sometimes it is easy to stay in a higher perspective and see all the moving pieces as they truly are. But sometimes life and the people around us are very good at sucking us into a space of limited vision. This card is asking you to see whatever situation you are experiencing resistance with from a higher perspective. The animal association with this is hawk. Hawks have always been known for their pronounced vision and keen hunting skills. Most often, they are seen circling while hunting for prey. Anyone who has observed hawks may have noticed that smaller birds often attack and antagonize them. This is called mobbing, and the birds are trying to drive the hawk out of the area. Very rarely do hawks really fight back. Instead, they conserve their energy and find a new area. Such as life circumstances may try to bring us out of our center, it is important to remember you have the option of choosing a new behavior and a new environment for yourself. Call on Hawk when you need an ally in rising above. That very, very much goes in line with what I said about, like, not being sucked into that area for as long each time it happens. Because the more it happens, the more you progress along this journey, the more you can recognize when it's actually happening, and you can choose to react differently because you're able to apply those things you've learned along your journey, okay? This healing journey doesn't mean that everything is going to be perfect, that these things are just going to simply cease to exist. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. They'll always be there. But when you're healed, as you're absorbing these things that you've learned along your healing journey, you can apply those things in a more constructive way. You can choose to react to something a bit differently, to react to something in a better manner, and not get sucked into that negativity, okay? That's the goal of healing here, is not to make that disappear. It's to learn how to react to different situations in a different manner than you would have done before, okay? And the plant association here is pine. Pine is often found towering above other trees and shrubs, indicating its ability to see far more than most in the plant kingdom. It is also a tree that is known for its long lifetime. In fact, the two oldest trees in the world are pine trees. Experience gives us the ability to see things from an enlightened perspective. If you are struggling with something, try visualizing yourself as the oldest tree in the world. You have watched life for over 5,000 years. You have seen seasons change countless times. You've witnessed many ice ages and dry spells. You've observed the landscape around you evolve. From this place, inquire about your situation. The stone association is apophyllite. Apophyllite's energy is very much of the ether. It is excellent at bridging higher consciousness and the human mind. A unique thing about apophyllite that many rawpounds will note is how many different forms it takes. It is easy to recognize when you know what you're looking for, but it can have many different colors and shapes. Its ability to take different forms is something we can tap into to access fluidity and perspective. Call upon apophyllite when you need support in accessing divine outlook. Okay. And soul work. Sometimes while we are navigating our day-to-day life, we can lose sight of our highest purpose in this earthly realm. This card asks you to once again check in with your soul purpose. It is not possible to be derailed from your soul path no matter where you are, but clarity does help us show up for it in a more intentional way. So that key thing there, okay? That key thing there. Remember, you can't be derailed from your fucking soul purpose, okay? You cannot be derailed from your path. Ever. So if you ever need to take a step back and just pause for a little bit, that is absolutely fucking okay. And I say this because this is something that I worried about when I was gone for like half a fucking year, okay? That's why I was partly so anxious about actually coming back. That's part of why it took me so long to come back. Because I was just like, well, like, what do I have left to come back to? I fucking abandoned it. Like, can I really continue that? Absolutely fucking yes, you can. You can never fucking be completely derailed from that, okay? Ever. So if you need to take a pause, if you need to take a break, if you need to go do something else for a little bit, or like go explore other paths, fucking go for it, because that's absolutely fucking okay. So thank you, Brie. And then it asks you to sit with these questions here. What are you here to teach? What are you here to learn? What stirs in your heart? Spend some time reflecting upon your soul mission and how you can integrate it into your life. And the animal ally here, the animal association, is bee. The life of the bee is all centered in one mission: to nurture the colony. There are different types of bees and they each have their unique job, but it is all to serve the collective. The bee is an ally for our soul mission because once we have an idea of what we are here to do and how we want to do it, they can teach us how to create structure and productivity. Call upon bee when you are in the liminal space between knowing and action. And aspen is the plant association. The aspen tree is unique because it grows in colonies where all the trees share an underground root system and each tree is part of the same single organism. The aspen is an ally of remembering. They grow and repopulate themselves by sprouting clones up from that colony of roots. So even as one or more trees die, the heart of the tree that lives on in the root system, the heart of that tree lives on in the root system, and the stand can be repopulated. In fact, one of the oldest living organisms in the world is an aspen colony in Utah, estimated to be at least 80,000 years old. Your soul has lived many times, and in those lives, circumstances may change, but your soul has awakened and will continue to awaken to its highest calling. Imagine your soul as the aspen's underground root system, and each life as a tree. Connect to the roots. Your soul has lived many times. What does it have to say? What is its mission? And the stone association here is diamond. Contrary to popular belief, diamonds are not created from coal. They come from the Earth's depths and are produced by the intense heat of volcanoes and cosmic collisions. Our soul work often appears to us in the same way. It is unearthed over time, born from experiences of fire. From your experiences, what message has connected them all? What diamond of wisdom has revealed itself to you? Call on diamond as an ally of transformation in the alchemical process of making your soul's work manifest. Okay. So, if you needed to hear that message, I hope it helps. And let me go ahead and open the queue here. Okay, queue is open. Oh, Adam. You didn't frame one that shit. You good over there, bro? Thank you for that insight, Adam. Thank you. Oh boy. Okay. Exactly. Thank you, Bree. God. Yeah. God, that just reminds me, like, Mr. Sass can kind of be a bit of like a fucking memester sometime, and it's actually kind of funny. Because he can just kind of like pull from like my fucking knowledge of memes and shit. And so I just remember like early on, he likes being goofy sometimes. Particularly like when I'm not really in the best headspace. I always remember the time where I was just like, there was one time I was heading to the bathroom, or like I was about to get up to like go to the fucking bathroom, and for some reason this little shit decided to fucking quote the "Go Piss Girl" meme at me, and I had to like stop and just like hold myself together because I was laughing so hard as I was at risk of pissing myself, and he absolutely fucking lost it at me. He's a fucking little shit sometimes, man. He's a fucking little shit. Okay, are you ready, Bree? Oh, he's always a smug little shit, yeah. He's always got a smirk. Almost always got a fucking smirk on his face. He's an absolute smug little shit. Until he gets sassed back. Though he fucking loves when he gets sassed back though. He loves when he gets sassed back. Okay. And let's see. What message does Bree need to hear today? Oh, good. Hold on. My goodness. Okay. Yeah. That's one that they like to tell me a lot. And like I said, most of those are kind of like either things I've said before to others, like sorts of things that I say to others, but a good chunk of those are actually messages. They're things that the guides have said to me. Good chunk of them being Mr. Sass. So I'm reshuffling because you kind of got like an explosion of cards that it was far too many. So no explosion of cards, please. Okay, thank you. Yep. Okay. Okay. We have the moon. Three of coins. Queen of swords. And seven of swords. Reversed. So, specifically what this is saying to me, given the moon and the three of coins and then the queen of swords and like the seven of swords, essentially what this is saying to me currently is, as you're progressing this path, there may be a lot that you don't know. A lot that hasn't been like revealed to you yet. And there may be a lot that you need to learn along this path, and that's okay. Okay? That's okay. Three of Coins is a card of collaboration. So, while yes, it is important... While yes, it is important to learn from each other, don't forget... Yeah. While it is important to learn from others, don't forget that what matters here the most is how you feel about something, okay? Speak your truth, follow what is true to you, and don't let anyone else's opinions affect you too much, okay? Filter things through your own intuition. Okay? Filter things through your own intuition. Listen to what others have to say, yes. But filter things through your own intuition, okay? Because as has been told to you many times before, you know what's best for you. You know what you need most. And if it feels right to you, go for it. Okay? What's important is that it feels right to you. So, your path is your own, okay? Your path is your own. So that's the message on the surface. Okay? That's the message on the surface. There is, however, another message here. Okay? There's a dual message here. Um, this is going back to, like, another thing here. Another message that has been, like, popping up for you recently, okay? So, remember specifically, this is kind of going, this one is more so kind of going in line with the collectives earlier. Remember not to give into that place of insecurity, okay? Remember not to give into that place of insecurity. You can come from a place where you can get along with others while also staying true to yourself, okay? Remember to set boundaries where necessary. And that's about it. Okay? Yeah. So, dual message there. Okay. So let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add to this. Oh, well, that one flew out. Yup. Okay. So, we got movement. We got movement. And what did I just say about boundaries? Okay. Movement. Physical movement can quickstart major shifts in our internal and external worlds. While this movement can take any form, keep in mind that the type of movement we do can invite in the emotions and experiences associated with it. Intense and vigorous movement can help us access our motivation, power, and fire. Slow and methodical movements can help us tap into our deeper feelings and is especially helpful in releasing, healing, and deeper work. When we move our body, we are allowing any stuck or stagnant energies within us to flow, bringing space for the new. What type of movement do you need? How can you incorporate it into your day more? Yes, I also think, too, this is also kind of telling you that you've kind of been going in, like, the right direction, too. To kind of, like, get that, like, creative, like, fiery energy flowing again, because you've actually been taking steps to be more active, too. So, keep doing that. Keep doing that. And it does mention, like, slower, quote-unquote, slower movement to give you, like, time to reflect and stuff, too. Both of those is important. Like, both of those are important. Like, both of those things are important, okay? So, keep doing both, because you're going in the right direction. Okay? Ooh, excuse me, I'm sorry if you heard that. And the animal association is snake, as on the card. Just about every culture in the world has feared and revered the snake. They have become a powerful symbol of rebirth and transformation due to the shedding of their skin. But there is so much to learn about the snake, especially from how it slithers. It has taken science a long time to understand how a snake moves, and moves fast without legs. Initially, it was thought that they used their immediate environment to propel themselves forward, i.e. pushing off of rocks. But eventually it was revealed that they used their scales to create friction with the Earth's surface, even tiny grains of sand. And that friction, combined with contracting their powerful muscles, pushes them forward. We can call on Snake as a teacher for using the friction in our lives as an opportunity for movement. So, yeah. The more I get into this, the more I feel like those two messages are connected. Like the two sides of that message that I got. So, yeah. The learning dealing specifically about like your healing journey, and you may feel like you have a lot to learn still, and that's okay. It is a learning journey, and it will take time. And Dandelion is the plant association. Dandelion has gotten a reputation for being an annoying weed, but in reality, this little plant packs a powerful punch. It is loaded with vitamins and minerals. Vitamin C, fiber, potassium, iron, calcium, magnesium, zinc, and phosphorus, to name a few. It holds incredible medicine for our digestive system, in particular our stomach, liver, and pancreas. It supports us by stimulating the function of each organ while simultaneously detoxifying. In other words, it gets things moving. Emotionally, Dandelion can support us in the same way. It can remove toxic imprints within your subtle bodies and attune you to a vibrant, empowered state. Dandelions are sometimes actually used in salads sometimes. Dandelions are perfectly edible as long as they haven't been treated with pesticides. So... yeah. And the Stone Association. I'm not sure I ever ate them, like, whole, but I definitely did, take off the head. And, like, you know, like, the, like, milky substance that was, like, that it secreted? I used to actually, like, chew on the stem. The Stone Association is fire opal. Goodness. Fire opal is a stunning bright orange red stone, discovered in areas where volcanoes and hot springs have been active. Compare a volcano to our internal landscape. The magma/lava is our life force, our passion and vibrancy. The layers of the earth are the metaphorical blocks or limiting beliefs. I.e., I am too embarrassed to go to that dance class. I want to learn how to draw but hate not being good at something. Fire opal is the stone that helps us move through these layers of fear and shame, allowing our passion and lust for experience to take hold. Call on fire opal as a guide to restoring movement where you have stuckness. So, this is definitely calling you to, like, use that fiery energy to kind of break through those blockages, okay? Use that energy, like that action that you're taking, like that, by, like, being, like, physically active and, like, getting those creative, like, juices flowing again and that motivation flowing again. Use that to your advantage. Okay? And then we have boundaries. Boundaries can be a difficult thing to master. Most people are not raised with a firm understanding of healthy boundaries, and either end up being closed off, or allow themselves to be invaded, / they become invading of others. It requires balance and knowing exactly what your needs are. This card asks you to check in with yourself and see where you live on the boundary spectrum. Do you have a healthy relationship with them? Do you struggle in communicating around them? Are there any patterns that continue to crop up around boundaries in your life? And then there's a little exercise here that's listed right underneath that. Sit for a minute and allow your body to relax. Begin scanning your body with boundaries in mind. Where do you feel invaded? What lives there? Are there any places in your body that are calling your attention and asking for more empowered boundaries? Then check in with your throat and heart. Is there anything it wants to communicate around boundaries? Yeah, I can understand that one. But that's why it's important to have boundaries, though. Because, if we kind of grew up... If we grew up not really, like, having boundaries, or having much of a concept of boundaries for ourselves, sometimes not only does that allow people to take advantage of us too easily, but in very, very extreme cases, and I'm not saying that's what this is at all, but in very, very extreme cases, that also kind of sets us up, unfortunately, to not really respect others' boundaries if we don't have any concept of them at all. And why boundaries are necessary, specifically. And that's not necessarily saying that, you know, you're a bad person for doing that. Like, it's just, that's why it's important to learn about boundaries, why they're important, and why you actually need to acknowledge the importance of boundaries. So I hope that message helps for you. And remember, it is okay to set boundaries for yourself, okay? If someone's crossing a line with you, if someone is making you feel not great, if someone is trying to be too pushy, trying to get too many things out of you without really giving too much back, or even if they're completely disrespecting yours, even if you don't have any, like, conscious boundaries set, but even if they're, like, they're not respecting your boundaries, even if you don't know what they are, but they're still expecting you to respect theirs, that's not a great thing, okay? And I would examine that relationship a little bit, okay? Because that shouldn't be happening either. And that's why it's important to kind of reflect on what your boundaries are and where you need to actually set boundaries, okay? Because then you have awareness. When you have awareness of them, you can actually state them, okay? You can actually tell people, like, hey, that's not cool, okay? Can you, like, not do this anymore? Or just, like, chill a little bit? And, yeah. Then you can come from a more empowered state. So I hope that message helps. And also, on the other side of that too, Bree, it's okay if you do need to ask people. If you do need to ask people for clarity on their boundaries, okay? If you don't know what their boundaries are, specifically, you know, as someone who does have neurodivergency, I just want to specify, I'm not saying that I do. I can't say that for certain because I've never been tested. That's actually something I need to go do eventually. Hopefully sometime this year. I just need to kind of get my ass on that shit. But, I know that, you know, like, people who do have a form, like, any form of neurodivergency, I know that, like, one of the things that can kind of be, like, a struggle with people who have, you know, like, specific forms of that, or really any form of that, really, is, like, struggling with, like, social cues and stuff, and, like, needing, like, kind of bluntness, in a sense, like, needing things to be stated clearly. It's okay if you do need to ask people to actually, like, be more clear about their boundaries, okay? Because both of you having clear boundaries with each other, just in general, like, in any, like, form of relationship, okay? Having clear boundaries allows you to both come from a more empowered place, make sure you're respecting each other, and can help form tighter bonds, okay? It's okay if you need to ask someone to be more clear about their boundaries so you're not accidentally hurting them unintentionally, okay? It's okay if you need that clarity. It's okay to ask for that clarity, okay? I just want to put that out there. It's okay. And if they question that, if they question why you need that, I mean, you can decide where to go from there, but personally, I would kind of question that relationship a little bit, because they, in fact, might not have the best relationship with boundaries, necessarily, so, I would examine that one a little bit. That's just me, but... Oh, I'm sorry, Bree. But yeah. So it's okay to ask someone to state those, okay? To make sure that you're not actually accidentally harming them in a way that you didn't want to, okay? Like, you're asking because you don't want to hurt someone. It's not a bad thing to ask them to actually clearly state them so that they know, so that you know, like, what to kind of stay away from, okay? Like, think of it like, stating, like, rules for, like, a chat, you know, like, here on stream and such. Like, I have rules stated, and I try to be as clear as possible about them so people have an idea of what they shouldn't do while they're here, okay? Like, and sometimes we need them clearly stated. It's okay. Yeah, exactly, Bree. And that's really all you can do, is do your best to learn from that mistake so it doesn't happen again. And then just forgive yourself, and if that's something you can do, offer your apologies. That's really all you can do. But I hope that message helps, Bree. Good. Okay. Are you ready, Kelsey? Also, I've been meaning to ask, would you rather be called Kelsey, or would you rather just be called Kels? Okay. What message does Kelsey need to hear today? Okay. That card just flew on the floor. Um, 1 sec, I need to go grab that. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Hey. Okay. Really need to drink tea. Hold on. I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, that reminds me. I need to issue a last call for Q here. So, Q's still open for anyone who might still want to join. I'll leave it open for a few more minutes here. Okay, so we have the Magician, the Devil, the Eight of Wands, the Chariot, and the Queen of Coins. So, whew. So, as you're working towards creating this path for yourself, creating this life that you want for yourself, manifesting these things that you want for yourself, it's important to remember to let go of those self-limiting beliefs, okay? It is important to let go of those self-limiting beliefs. A lot of people will say that, a lot of people who are magical, like, of the, like, magical thinking variety, will tell you that those things will get in the way of your manifestation. But here's the thing. That shit's just not fucking true, okay? Because that needs to be balanced with practicality. They will not get in your way, contrary to popular belief, okay? They will not actually get in the way of you creating what you want. It already exists. You just need to believe that you can get it. Believe that you're worthy of it. Because if it comes along before you're ready, you're going to believe that you don't deserve it, and you're going to turn it away. Okay? That is why it's important to let go of those self-limiting beliefs in manifestation work, okay? Not because it's going to get in the way, like actually get in the way. But it needs to be dealt with so you actually believe that you're worthy of it. Okay? Let go of those self-limiting beliefs, okay? Take the necessary action here. Like, keep taking this, like, action. Keep taking this action that you're moving forward with currently, okay? Keep going with that momentum. Keep taking that action. Keep doing the things that you're doing, okay? Just keep pushing through. If you want to utilize the lingering energy of the full moon in Libra, you can do a burning ritual if you want. If you're uncertain about how to do that, I do have a little bit about that on the Discord. It should be in the Witch Talk channel. And if you want any insight into it, feel free to send me a message, okay? feel free to send me a message. Do you have a metal bowl of any sort, Bree? Okay, I was gonna say you can get a metal bowl. Like, make sure it's a decent size. You don't want something that's, like, too small. Or an old candle jar. That's what I use. Though you gotta be careful with that one because they can shatter. And then you got glass ashes everywhere and also a fire risk. So, obviously you gotta fucking be careful. But you gotta be careful with that in general, okay? So, just a metal bowl of some sort, okay? A metal bowl. A metal bowl. Write down what it is that you wish to release, okay? I kind of write it as like a letter to myself of sorts. Or like if it's about a specific situation or a specific person. I kind of frame it as like a letter to this person, okay? You don't even have to do a burning ritual for this part, okay? Like if there's a specific situation or there's like a specific person who hurt you in the past that you want to write about to kind of like help get those feelings out, just write about it. Write it as if you were like writing a letter to them. Writing a letter to yourself. Okay? And this is with the intent that this is something that's never going to be sent to them, okay? So feel free to be as, you know, like, brutal as you need to be, okay? Because the intent isn't to send it here. It's for yourself. So that you can release those feelings, okay? So, journal about it, write about it, frame it as if it's a letter to yourself, or a letter to a specific person. A letter just about like a specific situation. I just like kind of type it up. You could use Google Docs, though I would kind of, just for privacy reasons, I avoid like Google Docs and that shit, even though it's like free. If you want a free alternative of like Microsoft Word, there is another word processing like software and like Office suite that's called LibreOffice. It's completely free, it's open source. I can like send a link or like talk about it later, or like again, feel free to send me a message later, okay, if you like want knowledge about any of this shit. I also just to put it out there, I worked in IT at a college for like 4 or 5 fucking years, okay? I was studying fucking computer science. I was earning a degree in programming, specifically, with the intent to earn more certifications and then enter into the field of cybersecurity, okay? I have a fair bit of knowledge about technology, so if you have any fucking questions, hi. But yes, so if you have any questions about anything, feel free to ask. So, but yeah, specifically if it's like, in the realm of like cybersecurity and like online privacy and shit, I can rant about that shit for fucking hours, okay? You can ask Adam about that one. He's been around for plenty such rants. It is something I get very passionate about and something that just like fucking pisses me off. So, yes. If you want suggestions for like things you could be doing for like online privacy and shit, taking like steps you could be taking for like online privacy and shit, feel free to ask me because I have plenty of opinions and suggestions for things you could be doing, okay? Okay. And maybe doing tarot, but you can still ask me about any of that other shit. It doesn't mean that things strictly have to be about like tarot and spirituality here, okay? I have other interests. And I did study, study that shit until like 2018. There were a couple classes I had left to like earn my degree, but 2018 happened, and then 2019 happened, and I never finished. Because then 2020 happened. Essentially, things since like fucking 2018 have been really fucking rough. Really fucking rough. Honestly, you can probably go further back than that, but that's when like things really took a turn for me, and it was like 2019 that I kind of just pretty much walked away from everything that I was planning on doing with my life, because it just did not fucking... I did not fucking vibe with it anymore. And there was suddenly a lot of shit came up that I had to fucking deal with, and everything was put on hold. Everything was put on hold. And then 2023 happened, and I was fucking worried that I was going to fucking go down that same fucking path again, about like having to fucking abandon everything. Especially considering this is like one path that I actually like finally fucking clicked with fully, and I felt like I was actually doing, you know, something useful and like helping in a more direct way. And then fucking I was so hard on myself, okay? Yeah, I was like so fucking upset that this might be something that I actually had to turn away from, and then they're just like, no. Like, as the soul work card said earlier, like, your soul purpose, the thing that, like, you were meant to do, you can never, like, completely stray from that path, okay? It's okay if you need to put things on pause. It's okay if you need to take a break. It's okay if you need to walk away for a little bit, or just like do something else for a little bit, because that path, what's really meant for you, will never go away. Okay? Ever. It'll always be there. Always. So yeah, if you would like, some advice or some insight about, what to do with a burning ritual and how you should even go about doing one, feel free to send me a message. I do have a little bit of information available on the Discord currently about that. And even if you don't do a burning ritual, like I said, writing about it can still help, okay? Writing about it can still help. So, yeah. Anyway. So, yes. Like I said, as you're working towards creating this life that you want for yourself and manifesting this life that you want for yourself, okay? It's important to release the self-limiting beliefs that you place on yourself. Let go of all those fears, those doubts, those worries. It's not going to get in the way of creating what you want, because that already exists. That's already possible. It needs to be dealt with because you need to believe you deserve it first. Because if it comes to you too early, you might end up turning away because you feel like you don't deserve it, okay? So, keep taking this action, keep taking these practical steps that, you're working towards, keep taking this momentum, this motivation, this fire energy with you, okay? And like I said, if you feel called to do a burning ritual of some sort to release these things, but the important thing here is to continue taking those practical steps, okay? Continue taking those practical steps. Though you can mix, again, you can mix a little fucking magic in there too, okay? There is the magician here still, of course. Okay? There is the magician here. As well as the Queen of Coins, which is about practicality and, like, remaining grounded, okay? So, you have both the magical and the practical energy here, okay? You can combine the two. I do all the fucking time. I do all the fucking time. But yeah, so essentially keep putting in the work that you're doing, okay? You'll get there. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add. Nope, wait. That's too many. Thank you. Sorry, a section of the deck just fell out with that last card. Okay. We have here get creative. Creativity is definitely a very fiery energy. And destruction. So indeed, burning ritual. If that's what you feel called to do. Okay, and then we have It's funny, I know Breeze mentioned it before, that you're a Gemini, and I know that she's mentioned plenty of times that she's a Leo. It's actually funny because my sun sign is a Gemini, my rising sign is Leo. Then we have get creative here. To be a human is to be creative, but it is easy to lose sight of this. From a young age, we absorb cultural stigma around the arts and creativity, that it is impractical and should take a back seat to more lucrative pursuits. But the truth is, creativity brings flow to our life. It finds openings. Without a creative practice, we can easily find ourselves stuck and uninspired. There are so many ways to get creative. You may feel called to rearrange your living space, or write or take pictures. All of these things are great. Creativity is a way of life, not an activity. This card is asking you to look around and see what things inspire you. What do you feel called to create or transform? Think outside the box. I definitely agree with that line about creativity is a way of life, not an activity. Because, unfortunately, in this fucking, capitalistic fucking hellscape, society has kind of ingrained it in us that creativity is something, like, the creative pursuits, creative arts are something that should only be done if they can fucking make you money, which is something that this card also said. But being creative is just a fucking part of human nature, okay? No one has to fucking be good at something just to pursue something creative, okay? If it makes you happy, just fucking do it. Sing, even if it's fucking horrible, okay? No one says you have to fucking be good at it. Does it make you happy? Then fucking sing. Do you like drawing? Do you feel like you're not very good at it? Who gives a fuck? Do it anyway. You should be doing creative things because you want to. Creating things because you want to. Because it gives you joy, it makes you happy, and it's something you're passionate about. It's not something that you have to be good at. Just fucking do it. So before I forget, let me close the queue here. So, the animal companion here is Crow. The crow teaches us how to approach our current life with a creative edge. They have an incredibly keen eye for problem solving and using innovative ways to meet their needs. They have been known to make their own tools and use the world around them to their advantage. Example is dropping a nut in the road so it will get run over and cracked open when it proved too hard for their beak. That is indeed something that crows do, and it's absolutely fucking adorable. I fucking love crows. I love corvids in general because they're such fucking smart birds. Maybe you are not feeling inspired to tackle new projects. That's fine. Call upon Crow as an ally in meeting your current life with an inventive outlook. Also, something else I love about crows too, which I'm surprised I didn't mention, because, again, creativity should be, like, something that's, like, done because it brings you joy. Okay? Like, you should pursue... Like, pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness is something that is very, very important, okay? You should never feel bad for, like, pursuing what makes you happy, okay? And you shouldn't feel bad about, like, taking time to enjoy yourselves. And crows very much do take the time to do that, okay? Like, have you ever seen a crow in winter? Have you ever seen a crow, like, rolling for fun down, like, a car's window shield? Like, a car's, like, windshield? Or rolling down a hill in the snow? They're fucking adorable. They're so fucking cute. Like, even the crows know the value of fucking, like, even crows know the value of having a little fucking fun. And it's so fucking cute. Also, that's amazing. Kelsey, I love that. The plant ally here, plant association, is Iris. The Irish... Not Irish. The iris teaches us how to use our feelings as a gateway to our artistic expression. They come in all colors of the rainbow spectrum and often look like they have been painted themselves. They often serve as a portal for our creative selves through channeling divine inspiration. Iris is especially helpful if you are stuck in a routine and can't seem to find the beauty in the unexpected. Call upon Iris if you need assistance in restoring vibrancy to your life. And the stone association here is orange calcite. Orange calcite is like a ray of sunshine that can pierce through all stagnancy and reinvigorate our passion for life. It is helpful when we have childhood wounds around creativity, but can also support creatives who have reached a block in their projects. Call upon orange calcite when you have limiting beliefs. When you have limiting beliefs or ingrained patterns that hold you back from your creative potential. Ooh. Interesting mention of limiting beliefs there, huh? Orange. Orange is the color of creativity in all its forms. Okay? That means in both senses of the word, both in like the artistic side of things and also quite literally through procreation. Okay? So, orange. Work with the color orange. And yellow. Work with fiery colors, okay? Thank you, Brie. Aw. Sadly, where I live, we don't really have, like, native ravens. I don't live far enough north for that. But we do get crows. There is actually a colony of crows that lives nearby because I hear them cawing occasionally outside. And I so badly just, like, want to take them, like, food. Just so I can make a crow friend. I would love to have a crow friend. But I hope that message helps, Kelsey. And feel free to ask some questions in the Discord if you need a little guidance about like how to do those things, okay? I'm always happy to help. Okay, Adam, are you ready? Okay. What message does Adam need to hear today? Me. Oof. Okay. Okay. So, interesting. Given all of the things I just said. Also, you got like a very similar reading here to like the second collective here, because these were quite... Or was it? Was it the second collective? Or was... Yes, it was the second collective. Quite literally the first two cards from that collective, same positions. Yeah, the Three of Swords reversed, the Ace of Coins reversed, the Nine of Swords. Three of Cups. Four of Wands. And Queen of Wands. Okay, so your message here is quite simple. So just like the message earlier from like the second collective, it's going to start off here with a similar vibe about as you're progressing down this path of learning how to not be fucking mean to yourself. It's okay if you're not quite where you want to be. It's okay if you slip up a little, you regress a little bit, and you make some mistakes, because unfortunately the path to healing and growth is not linear. There are going to be setbacks. There are going to be setbacks. Don't get too up in your head about it, okay? Don't give in to those worries, those doubts, those fears, okay? Don't give in to any of that shit. Don't give in to any of that shit. Don't listen to that negative voice in your head that's just telling you, like, you can't do this. Is this worth it? Should you really be doing this? Like, what's the end goal here? Can we even get there? Don't listen to that fucking voice. Don't listen to that fucking voice, okay? Just don't listen to it. And on the other side of that, during this process, again, too, it's okay to slow down. It's okay to take some time for yourself to go have some fucking fun, okay? And the Three of Cups and the Four of Wands both are telling you that you need to fucking do this, okay? Go have fun. Go enjoy yourself. Go let your hair down. Go let loose. Go enjoy yourself, okay? Just go fucking have fun. Okay? You have the capacity to be compassionate, to be warm and loving towards yourself and others, okay? Just trust that you have that. As best as you can, apply that to yourself. First and foremost, okay? Because this is about self-love here. And go have fun, okay? And also, don't forget to celebrate your progress, because there is a sense of celebration here. Don't forget to celebrate your progress, okay? Don't forget to celebrate your progress. Because you deserve that. Okay? And then we have... Let's see what the, let's see what the Oracle wants to add. Okay. So, we have here withdraw, and patience. I just realized I am so fucking sorry. Kelsey, are you still here? I just realized I didn't read your second card. Destruction. I'll read that here in a second, okay? Just let me finish these two for him really quick. I got too, like, caught up in talking about fucking adorable ass crows. Oops. Okay. Okay, so we have withdraw here. This card is reflective of the winter season, the time of stillness, death, and collecting our resources. It calls for a retreat of sorts. While our culture values productivity, doing, acting, and pushing forward, Spirit is asking you to take a break and to relax. Go within yourself, find stillness, gather your strength for what is to come. We often find the solutions when we need, or when we often find the solutions we need when we step away from all that we are doing and allow ourselves to unfold. So this is very much going in line with the whole, like, taking time for yourself and taking time to, like, relax, decompress, and have fun, okay? The animal ally here is Fox. The fox teaches us how to find a balance between being social and solitary. While foxes may spend some time within a pack, for the most part, they are solitary creatures that hunt alone, and then retreat each day to their den or hollow. The fox teaches us how to be comfortable alone, no matter where we are or what we are doing. Call upon Fox if you struggle with feeling at ease in your own company. And U is the plant association. The yew has many incredible techniques that it uses to guarantee its longevity. Among them is the process where the branches grow internal roots so that even though the main trunk may die, a new tree connected to the original is already growing. Another process it uses is that when the branches reach the ground, they embed themselves and become roots that lead to the formation of a separate tree. The yew teaches us to go within always brings a rebirth, and that doing so regularly is a key to our personal development. Call upon you as an ally if you need support in creating a container for your personal hibernation. Hello. I'm doing alright, how are you? And I have no idea how to pronounce that, but the stone is not talk today. The stone association is Hymenite. Oftentimes when the words withdraw and hibernate are used, people envision solitude and inactivity and possibly a cabin in the woods. But for most of us, this is not possible. We still must live our lives, maintain our relationships, and tend to what needs to get done. In doing this, Hymenite is an excellent ally for bringing joy to the mundane and enlivening our senses while we still remain in the underworld doing our internal work. Interesting. And patience. This card brings the message that you must be patient and trust divine timing. Humans are anxious creatures. We know what we want and we want it now. But we are also working in collaboration with the divine, which means that sometimes we have to wait longer than we would like. Looking to the earth can be helpful when we are working to cultivate patience. We cannot rush the seasons. A tadpole cannot rush its metamorphosis. A tree cannot rush its growth. This card asks you to have faith that your own process is happening in perfect time. The animal ally here is Turtle. Turtle is a call towards steady determination. Sometimes people who struggle with patience decide to give up on something simply because they are unable to wait for things to come into fruition. Any delays discourage them. Something to note about turtles is that their land speed is about 3 to 4 miles per hour, but their speed in water is 10 to 12 miles per hour. This is a reminder that if we are patient and wait for the right time, we will have less resistance and make more progress. The spirit of Turtle calls for resolve, grit, and persistence. You can call upon Turtle when you need assistance in sustaining consistent effort in your long-lasting venture. And Chamomile is the plant ally. When we are met with resistance or a delay, it is not uncommon that we experience an increase in anxiety or frustration as we feel we don't have control. Chamomile is a go-to tea before bed because of its sedative effects, but its medicine is good at any time. Chamomile has a calming effect on our nervous system, so it comes in handy if we feel like we are overthinking or stressed. It teaches us to be calm and secure in the process, despite it not being our ideal timing. Call upon the spirit of chamomile when you need support with surrendering to the teachings of patience and divine timing. And the stone association here is petrified wood. Petrified wood is fossilized roots and trunks of ancient trees. It is a stone of steady growth and patience. Petrified wood holds the wisdom of time. It teaches us how to not sweat the small stuff. It is a reminder that divine timing will always be better than our personal timing, and that we must always trust that. It encourages us to stay the course, but not to push the river as it flows all on its own. Continue to show up to your work. Continue to reach towards growth, but do not rush. Call upon petrified wood for ancient knowing in the process of divine timing. I really like that last line there. Okay. So, trust your process. Okay? Trust in your process, and you will get to where you want to be. And as you're working towards this goal, working on this path, don't forget to take time to pause, reflect, and go have some fun. Okay? Okay. Hope that message helps. I also really need some tea. Hold on. Hey, are you ready, kitty litty? Yes, I work with the tower energy. Because I don't see it as something to be feared. Okay. Let's see here. What message does Kitty Liddy need to hear today? Right. I almost fucking forgot. I'm sorry. One moment here, Kitty Liddy. My bad. Thank you for the reminder, Bree. I derped again. Okay. So, Kelsey, your second card was Destruction. This card indicates that a choice must be made. It asks you what needs to die today. Maybe it is a limiting belief, an old inherited pattern, or a toxic relationship. Whatever it is time to let it go. Damn. That very much goes in line with your, the devil card and shit that was in your reading. And like the whole concept of like fiery energy too. Um, Sometimes once we identify what needs to go, it slips easily from us. Other times it is a slow cycle of releasing and then loosening the grip of our attachment. Be kind to yourself in this process. We establish attachments to things that do not serve us, but we know something doesn't serve us. Does not mean it is easy, but knowing something doesn't serve us does not mean it is easy to let it go, especially if it has become a part of our identity. This process requires patience, practice, and self-compassion. The animal companion here is owl. People can be wary of owls, as they have long been a symbol of death or a bad omen. But there are also many things about this creature that make it a powerful guide. Owls can turn their heads 135 degrees in each direction, giving them 270 degrees of total vision. This is a testament to their ability in teaching us how to find the truth. Another thing that stands out about the owl is how they eat their prey. They will swallow it whole, digest what they can, and then vomit up what cannot be digested. The owl teaches us to distinguish between what supports us and what does not, and then guides us in removing that which we do not need. I know, right? And then Elder is the plant association here. Elder has long been associated with darkness and mystery. Elder Wand, anyone? It rules the last moon of the year when all returns to the earth. The name Elder comes from the Anglo-Saxon word eld, which means fire. This is an acknowledgement of the destruction that fire brings, but also the life that fire brings. The elder tree holds us in the darkest part of the year and guides us as we move within ourselves. In that way, it supports us during the destructive aspect of the fire. Elderberry can also regenerate easily, even from a fallen branch. In addition to that, every single part of the plant holds potent medicine. In these ways, Elder guides us through the renewal that all destruction brings. Destruction is a very, very, very important part to creation, okay? They are both two sides of the same coin, okay? One cannot exist without the other. Creation and destruction. Death, rebirth. Okay? You can't have one without the other. And Cerussite is the stone association. Cerussite is one of the densest transparent gemstones on the earth. This density combined with its clarity is a symbol of the stone's ability to teach us how to hold both death and light. Cerussite is also known for its twin specimens, meaning the stones come in almost a heart-shaped formation. This aspect also points to the symmetry of all things in existence. It is the unity of opposites. Cerussite supports us when we feel small in comparison to the darkness. It reminds us that we are both. Like I said, can't have just like creation without destruction. Cannot have rebirth without a death first. So, let go of what's not serving you, let go of those self-limiting beliefs, okay? And if you feel called to, even if you, okay, so I know this is something we were just talking about the other day. Even if you don't have an altar space, that doesn't still mean that you can't kind of like do like any workings or anything. So if you want to work with the energy of destruction and getting rid of anything that does not belong, Kelsey, while you're doing a burning ritual, put the tower card next to it. Okay? Put the tower card next to it and work with its energy. Because that is the entire purpose of the tower, and that is why I do not fear it. The tower only destroys what does not belong. It will not touch what is meant for you, okay? It gets rid of anything that doesn't belong, anything that will inhibit your growth, anything that will get in your way. Work with the energy of the tower. And if you feel called to work with a specific deity, I do have a suggestion for that, because I know one who is the absolute embodiment of the tower card, and he's also kind of known as a god of destruction. Set. Call on Set. You can intend to invoke it when you place the tower card if you want to. He'll listen. And if not, he's gonna get shit later. You hear me? But yeah, so if there's a specific deity that you wish to invoke and kind of invoke the energy of, you can call on him and invoke that when you place the tower card. Okay, so sorry about that, Kitty Liddy. Are you still there? And are you ready? Of course, Kelsey. And again, if you have questions, feel free to ask me later, okay? Okay. And thank you for being patient, Kitty Liddy. I'm sorry about that. Okay, what does Kitty Liddy need to hear today? Okay. Okay. So we have here Death, Judgment, and the Ten of Wands reversed. And Death is reversed too, I forgot to say that. Death reversed, Judgment, and Ten of Wands reversed here, okay? So whatever it is that you're working towards currently, whatever it is you're working towards currently, okay? You are close, okay? Given the Death reversed and the Judgment card, I get the sense this is about, like, a transitional period in your life, and that you're working towards, like, changing some certain aspects about your life and such. Or that you're hoping for changes in your life. And that's something that perhaps you're planning on working towards soon. If you're not already. It's important to remember, for some reason I'm also getting the sense of, like, relinquishing control, okay? There are certain things you can't control. Don't get too caught up in, like, the outcomes of this, okay? Just focus on the actions you can take, okay? Don't get too caught up in the outcomes and controlling how that comes about, okay? So, along with that, as you're waiting for this rebirth of sorts, okay, remember that you're close. You are close with the Judgment card here, okay? And the Judgment card is the card that's right before the world. You're on the brink of this, okay? Just remember not to get in your own way with this. Don't try to control the process too much. Just let it happen. Let it unfold. Follow the inner calls that you're getting, okay? What do you feel called to do? What are you being pulled towards? What is your internal compass telling you, okay? And the Ten of Wands reversed here is a reminder. Reminder not to take on too much, okay? Don't overwhelm yourself. If you're already in that space of burnout, this could be where that change needs to be made in your life, okay? If you're in a period of burnout, because you have taken on too much, it's even more so important that you follow that internal compass. Listen to yourself. Listen to your body. What's it telling you, okay? And remember, as well, another message coming from the Ten of Wands here. Remember that it's okay to ask for help, okay? Remember that it is okay to ask for help in whatever you're dealing with, whatever you're struggling with currently. Remember that it's okay to ask for help, okay? It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to accept help that is offered to you, okay? Then we have the Oracle deck here. Let's see what that one's dad. Okay, so we have 3 cards here for you. We have Sacred Sexuality, the Outlaw, and the Alchemist. So, sacred sexuality. Our sexual self and sexual energy is such a layered and potent part of who we are. It can show us our wounds. It can provide healing. It can help us manifest. It can teach us boundaries and can fuel and empower us. Sacred sexuality does not mean that your sexual presence or expression needs to look a certain way. It simply means that your sexuality is sacred as it is. It is a core part of your humanity as well as your spiritual and universal self. This card asks you to examine your relationship to your sexual self. Is there anything that needs tending to? Is there anything that needs healing or releasing? Ooh, I think an ad break's running. Okay. I think the ad break is over. So, for me, this card is very much going in line with that, vibe I got from the Judgment card, specifically. About, listening to your inner call and listening to, like, what your body's telling you. And listening to your needs specifically, okay? Overall, this card is kind of asking you to check in with boundaries, okay? And perhaps checking in with your relationship, to, as it says, your sexual self, and, your relationship to boundaries with that, perhaps. Um, yeah. Honestly, it very much goes in line with the vibe of fiery energy and like passion that we've like had being like a common thread throughout so many readings tonight. This can honestly be a call for you to just kind of if that's something you want to do anyway, um to reconnect with that part of yourself if that's something that you felt like a bit of a disconnection from. And then we have the Outlaw. When you pull the Outlaw card, it is time to go against the grain. It can be scary to do this. All humans at some point or another have received the message that conforming is necessary for survival. In fact, we are hardwired to be that way. Early on in human history, the individuals that were outcast from their tribe would not survive. That still lives within us, the fear that if we go against the pack, our survival will be threatened. But the outlaw gives us the courage to stand alone in stark contrast with that which is widely accepted or normalized. The outlaw pushes for progress within the collective. The outlaw is a good ally for when we are working on breaking free of limiting inherited patterns and beliefs. A balanced and healthy outlaw lives by their own personal compass. They are honorable and live with integrity, but it may not always be how others perceive right and wrong. For example, they won't say stealing is bad no matter what. They will ask, why is it being done? What is it for? Unbalanced outlaw can isolate themselves, believing that they are entirely alone. This may also turn into destructive, whether internal or external tendencies. They may also identify too much with being different, and in turn are always in opposition of others simply for the sake of being so. Balanced outlaw is confident and rebellious by nature, but they are not that way for the sake of being rebellious. In other words, they have a cause. The outlaw asks for a give no fucks attitude. In order to do great things in the world, we must not get caught up in how the herd views us. We must keep going forward with that which we believe in. Given that, consider examining what radical means to you. In what ways do you live within the boxes that society has given us? In what ways do you want to grow beyond them? And that one's very much going in line with the whole thing about, like, doing things for yourself. Okay? Don't let, other people's views of you get in the way of chasing what makes you happy. Okay? And what you know is right for you. Okay? Follow that internal voice, that internal call, that internal pull that you feel, okay? And the Alchemist. The Alchemist card indicates a time of metamorphosis. It is a call to view everything in your current life as an opportunity for growth. Right now is a potent time to plant the seeds of what you want to invite in. It is also a reminder that our thoughts are incredibly powerful. We may not feel like we have a lot of control over our lives, but we can work hard at changing our thought patterns to the ones that empower us. Whatever they are given, the alchemist is able to transmute. They have a handful of quote unquote bad ingredients, but they are able to make magic with what they have. It can be a long process, but they hold a vision for the final product while continuing to show up in their negative situation and slowly work at transmuting it. Someone who is in the shadow of alchemist may not believe in themselves. They may have both a fear of failure and fear of success, keeping them paralyzed in their current situation. They can also minimize situations and keep their true feelings inside as opposed to getting them out and moving on. The key to being an alchemist is naming what is happening so you can work with it. Okay. So I hope that message helps you. Overall, it sounds like you just need to follow that internal call. See where it leads you, okay? Let it lead you through this path of rebirth so that you can see the changes you want in your life, okay? Specifically, so I get the idea so that you can live the empowered life that you deserve, okay? If someone is making you feel small, making you feel like you're not in control of your life, or making you feel like you can't achieve what you want here, yeah. They may not be good for you, so. So I hope that message helps. Sorry. Yeah, just hit my fucking microphone. Okay. You ready, Phantom Punk? Oh my goodness, I just noticed I've been live for over 3 hours again. Oopsie. Oh well. Okay, what message does Phantom Punk need to hear today? My goodness. Let's see. So we have here okay. Okay. So, we have the Seven of Cups. Page of Wands. Knight of Coins. Strength. Two of Coins reversed. The Lovers. And Two of Wands. So, what this is telling me here is so this may have been in the past, or this may be like currently, but you may have felt like you've been pulled in like a million different directions and felt like a bit of a disorganized mess with no sense of direction of like where you should be going. I'm assuming that's in the past. I'm not sure if you're dealing with that in the present. Yeah, so that's kind of the vibe I got, yeah. So, and so you're working towards, you know, like actually taking action for yourself and, following your passions, essentially. Following what gives you, you know, like, joy, what gives you happiness, and what makes you passionate. And, it sounds like, this is also something that you need to keep, like, moving forward with. Particularly, if you find yourself, like, getting down on yourself again and, like, in a period of struggle again, just remember it's okay to go after what makes you happy. It's okay to pursue those things. It's okay to pursue, like, what makes you happy, to prioritize yourself and what you need. And, in your relationships and such, it's okay to communicate. It is okay to communicate those things with others, okay? What you need, okay? Communicate those things, particularly in your significant relationships here with the lovers, okay? Communicate those things, okay? Communicate what you need. It's okay to be direct. It's okay to communicate what you need from them if you feel like you're not getting what you need. Okay? Your needs matter. It's okay. And it sounds like this is something that you're in the process of doing, okay? Is actually learning how to communicate for yourself and advocate for yourself, okay? And that's good. That's good, okay? Keep doing that, because you matter, okay? You matter. So, essentially, there's also, particularly given, like, the Two of Wands and the Lovers next to each other as well, there's also a sense of, like, decision making here as well. And I feel like that part is kind of going in line too with the whole like prioritizing yourself and such. It's okay to make those decisions that actually like prioritize yourself, okay? It's okay to do that. It's okay to do that. Like, if you... Yeah, like, if you need to say, like, no to something or not right now to something because, you're not in a space where you can handle it currently, that is okay, okay? It's okay to advocate for yourself, to make decisions for yourself, okay? That is perfectly fine. There are some people who might not understand that, and there are some people who might also just kind of get a bit, you know, like, upset about that. But unfortunately that happens, and that usually does come from a place of insecurity with the other party. Likely because they're also kind of in a similar space and they feel like they can't also like chase what makes them happy, or they feel like they have to be small because like they've kind of been forced in that position themselves, so they feel like, okay, but why can't I do that? Why do you get to do that? Well, that's the thing. Like, you should be advocating for yourself. Just because you're not doesn't mean that you get to tell someone what they can and can't do, and that they shouldn't be advocating for themselves, okay? Your significant relationship should be empowering for you, not dragging you down. Okay? So, if you are dealing with any relationships like that currently in your life, remember it's okay, where necessary, to also set boundaries, okay? That's okay. Setting boundaries for yourself is a form of self-love and self-worth, okay? Okay, let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add. Okay. We have two cards here. We have nature, which that one's gonna be about grounding. I mean, there is a decent amount of earth energy with the coins cards, so. And then we have surrender. Okay. Nature. Nature has a profound effect on our well-being. It increases creativity, relieves depression and anxiety, improves memory and focus, and rewires our stress response hormones. Studies have shown that even looking at photographs of nature can be of benefit. If you live in a place where you can easily access nature, spend some time this week to get out there. If you do not, think of some creative ways you can interact with nature from where you are. Whether that is sourcing local vegetables, plant medicine, or even spending time in a park, you can also create an altar using natural materials, such as sticks, leaves, grasses, flowers, dirt, rocks, sand, or however you feel called. And the animal association with this card is blackbird. Blackbird calls our attention to the great mystery within the natural world. It reminds us that while it is true about the positive effects of nature, the natural world is more than a prescription for humans. It holds more than we can fathom. There is so much beyond what science can prove or the positive effects we may feel. Blackbird encourages us to dive into the mysteries and teachings of the natural world around us. Spend time being curious with and about the natural world. Ask it your questions. Sit with it. Honor it. The plant association here is hemlock. Hemlock is one of the few trees that grows out of nurse logs. A nurse log is a decaying trunk or fallen tree that provides a home for a new tree to grow. And according to some studies, the nurse often provides better resources for the new plants than the forest floor does. In this way, hemlock teaches us how to find our specific needs. Nature provides nutrients for us, but what specifically about it? Sitting near water will bring out completely different things than sitting at the base of a tree. Hemlock tells us to not treat the natural world as a monolith and consider developing deeper relationships with various aspects of it. And rainforest jasper is the stone association. Rainforest jasper reminds us that we are interconnected with all things, and in that reminder asks us to treat the land and one another as kindly as possible. In the quest for progress, humans have destroyed so much here on Earth. We must all take responsibility, and this includes taking responsibility for others' actions and making intentional efforts and reparations where you can. Rainforest jasper is a stone of light. It encourages you to find joy in the natural world around you, but to fiercely protect that light that you can. So, overall, this message is about finding it's about grounding and like coming back to your center, and also literally about spending time in nature if you feel called to, particularly if when you're dealing with moments of like struggle and anxiety and just fears, worries, doubts, all that sort of shit. And also specifically when we feel small. Actually going out there and experiencing something that's so much fucking bigger than us helps put things back into perspective for us. So, if you feel called to, if you feel like you could use some time out in nature just to reconnect with your inner self, reconnect with your needs specifically is what this is about. Go for that. And then surrender. We often hear the word surrender being thrown around intentional communities, and rightfully so. This is one of the primary lessons we are on Earth to learn. It is also one of the most challenging. To surrender is to have our human nature take a back seat. This is not easy, and we can find ourselves saying, I know how I should look at this, but we struggle when it comes to actually embodying it and putting it into practice. When we are working with larger concepts, it is important to break it down. Rather than embracing surrender like a mantra, enter into a dialogue with it. What does it mean? What does it look like? If you were to surrender, how would you feel? How would you move through life? How would your heart, soul, mind, and body feel? With the situation at hand, how would you engage differently? What are small things you can do daily that hold a container for the surrender? Consider journaling around these questions and sit with what this card means for you and how you can integrate it. Exactly. And sometimes that's all we need to do, just, to kind of help rebalance ourselves and come back to our center and ground ourselves again. Just go outside and take a walk. Experiencing nature doesn't mean you have to go out and visit some massive forest and spend some time sitting out there or anything. Sometimes that literally just means go outside. Or as some people like to say, go touch grass. Which is going outside. And the animal association for this one is polar bear. The polar bear evolved 150,000 years ago from brown bears. It migrated north and in doing so had to evolve in order to adapt to its new environment. Sometimes to surrender we must shapeshift. Polar bear reigns in its ecosystem and easily survives in the harshest climate in the world because it surrendered to the environment. When we are struggling with our human nature, or we need to control and know, invoke the spirit of polar bear to transmute the resistance and allow it to lead you into personal evolution. Often the only thing standing in the way of our own power is our lack of willingness to see it manifested differently than we imagined. And the plant association here is willow. One of the most magical things about willow is that a fallen branch can regrow into a tree. It contains a growth hormone that creates rapid rooting. In fact, you can use willow in aiding other plants in growing. Willow is an ally of rooting where you are. So often we want to be elsewhere, living in a different place, doing different work. We are reaching, but sometimes we are not sure for what. It is often our resistance to our current environment that prevents us from moving on. Working with willow will allow you to root into your life, surrendering to what it is teaching you now, and in turn holding space for new ventures and new growth. We can't get to where we want to be without being where we are. And the stone association here is cryolite. Cryolite assists us in aligning our spiritual knowing with our logic, intelligence, and awareness. It represents a new consciousness. Oftentimes, when we have awakened to our deepest knowings, we begin to see all the things in this world that are out of alignment. We want to be of benefit to others and this earth, but can become disillusioned by all that is wrong. Cryolite's magic helps us accept where we are, allowing us to become clear on where we want to go and how we can further that work. Sit with Cryolite and ask, where do I need to surrender that will allow both personal and widespread progress? How can I hold space for this progress? Okay, so I hope that message helped. Also, if you're also kind of unsure about where the future is leading you or where you want to go in the future, I only mention this because of that last bit in the card there. If you're unsure about where you want to be going in the future and what you want to be setting up for yourself, just follow where your internal compass leads you. Okay? Follow what makes you happy. No, so you're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Are you still here yet to be known to me? Okay. Are you ready? Okay. What message does yet to be known to me need to hear today? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we have the 4 of coins here, 8 of coins, the 8 of cups, 4 of wands, and the Queen of coins. So, specifically tells me that there might be something that you're holding on to a little bit too tightly here, okay? You might be holding on to something a little bit too tightly. Might even be kind of holding it in a bit of a death grip here currently, okay? And it seems like there's something that you've put, like, a decent amount of work into, okay? And I don't think it's necessarily entirely time to walk away from that. Rather, it's time to kind of release control of that a little bit, okay? You can put a pause on it, okay? Sometimes you can put a pause on it, and you can go have a little bit of fun sometimes, okay? It's okay. Release control a little bit here, okay? Release control a little bit. It just seems like you're holding on to something too tightly here, and perhaps kind of holding it into a bit of a death grip. Something that you've been working towards and putting a lot of progress towards. And that's okay. I don't really get the sense that this is kind of saying that this is something that you should, like, walk away from entirely, more so that it's okay to release control of it a little bit, okay? It's more so not like walk away, but more so take a step back, okay? Take a step back. Occasionally, okay? Take a step back. It's okay to have fun. And it's good that you're putting in this work, okay? It's good that you're putting in this work, okay? And don't forget to celebrate that, and do not forget to celebrate the progress that you've made, okay? Don't forget to celebrate that progress. But remember, it's okay to take a break sometimes to recenter yourself and ground yourself, okay? We can't always be go, go, go. Okay? That's how we burn ourselves out. We do sometimes need that space and that time to actually just decompress and release things, okay? It's okay to take that time for yourself. It's okay to take that time for yourself, okay? That is in fact one of the most productive things that you can do for yourself, okay? Because then when it's time to actually make, like, put some more work into something, continue that progress, then you have the drive and the energy to just charge full force ahead, okay? Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add here. Okay, so we have Ask Body and the Pillar. Okay. Ask Body. In spiritual work, the body is often overlooked. There is a tendency to go higher rather than go deeper. This card encourages you to enter into a dialogue with your body. Our physical body holds all of our experiences, our heart, mind, and spirit. It also has inherited significant experiences and traumas that have been passed on in our lineage. To dialogue with the body is to get to the root of the matter, where our minds can only guess. And then there's an exercise listed here. Sit or lie comfortably, bringing your attention to your breath. Let your body relax and clear your mind. Then imagine dropping into your body. If there is a specific place you want to go, such as a place that holds tension, go there. Otherwise, drop into your core. Ask your body any questions that come to mind, if there is anything you need guidance with or are unsure of. Bring that to mind. See what it says. Deepening the relationship with one's body will always be beneficial. It will also provide a safe place where you can retreat to when you need assistance. So, this one is particularly going in line with the whole thing about grounding here, and it's okay to take time for yourself and take a step back to take that time for yourself. Listen to your body, okay? Listen to your body. If it's telling you you're pushing yourself too far and that you need a break, listen to it. Otherwise, it's going to do it for you, and you will not have a choice. And the animal companion for this is Jaguar. Jaguar is an ally in working with the unknown and reclaiming our power. It is a solitary animal, so they are the perfect ally for doing body work. When diving into our physical self, there is a sense of being alone, as no other person lives in your body, and no one else has lived the experiences that are held within it. When things arise in our lives, we can find healers, teachers, gurus, and friends who can all hold space for us. But to go inside our body is not only more powerful, it is more intimate, for it is your wisdom and yours alone. For many, this can be a scary experience. The journey is illuminating, but can also shake things up that need to be looked at, creating a raw energy within us. Call upon the spirit of Jaguar as an ally to dive deeper within yourself, and especially when you fear opening up and meeting the unknown within you. The plant ally here is Ash. The Ash tree can support us in connecting to all the cells and experiences held in our bodies. The Ash is known for how deeply it roots into the earth, which makes it an amazing ally in reaching into our bodies for wisdom. Call upon Ash as an ally to explore the past, present, and future within your body. It holds the things we remember and many things we don't. Our past lives also manifest in our current body. Ash can teach us how to tap into all the energies held within our physical self and release them if they no longer serve us. Or it can help us truly embody the lessons they hold. And the stone ally here is Hematite. Hematite is a very grounding and protective stone. It is especially useful for body in the way that it brings the spiritual and intuitive energies into the body so that they can physically manifest. So many spiritually minded people struggle with integration and staying connected with their body. Hematite calls you back into yourself. When doing body journey work, it creates a container for seamless integration with the wisdom you return with. Ask Hematite to support you in remaining grounded within your body as you expand within your spiritual practice. So overall, just a lot of grounding is mentioned. That's why it's important to listen to your body. And then the next card here is Pillar. The pillar signifies a need to rise to the occasion. It indicates a time where we may need to be all things: the backbone, the nurturer, the provider, the lover. The pillar asks you to step into the roles as best as you can, knowing that you're being pushed outside your comfort zone. You will learn just how capable you are. It is a time where we take our gifts to new heights and learn that our perceived flaws are just that, perceived. If you've been resisting a new opportunity or role that has presented itself, it is time to step into it and trust that you will learn as you go. This is also a time where our container grows. We learn just how much space we can hold for ourselves and for others. Continue to listen to yourself, fill up your own cup so that you can be there for others, but do not forget to push yourself. Balanced pillar energy is being able to wear many hats, to hold space for family and community, but doing these things with empowered boundaries. It is placing your personal well-being and needs first, knowing that your service will be better because of it. Unbalanced pillar can go a couple of ways. In an attempt to maintain all control, one can get domineering and manipulative. On the other hand, they may find themselves becoming codependent, where their identity gets wrapped up in the need to caretake others while forgetting about themselves. So, yeah. Remember that it is okay. It is okay to assist where you can with others and such. And be there for others as much as you can, but you do need to prioritize yourself as well. And so it's important to kind of take some time for yourself, take a step back, and check in with what you need, okay? So, I hope that message helped. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Are you still there, Nathan? Hello. Are you ready? Advice for art project. Yeah, sure. We can see what the card has to say about that. Is it okay if I phrase it as what you need to hear in regards to your art projects currently? Okay. What advice does Nathan... What does Nathan need to hear about their art projects currently? That was... immediate. Okay. Next. Okay. Okay. So we have the world reversed, 8 of coins, 4 of swords, and the hermit reversed. So, essentially, the overall advice here is, now's not the time to put this out yet. It's not complete yet, essentially, with the world reversed here. Not complete yet. Keep putting in some more work, putting in some more effort to this, and take some time to just pause and reflect about things, okay? Take a pause. Reflect about things, okay? Think about things, okay? Take some time to just pause and reflect. Take time to think about some things, think about what you could potentially add, what you could change, what's missing, okay? So just keep sitting with it. Keep sitting with it, okay? Keep sitting with it. And just keep it there in the back of your mind, okay? Keep it there in the back of your mind. Keep that in your consideration. And work on it when necessary. But not yet is essentially not yet is essentially the vibe here, okay? Not quite done yet. I can say that if you take time to just kind of like take time to go do other things, sometimes we find inspiration in, like, the strangest of places and during the least, like, most unexpected moments, okay? And in the most unexpected ways. Which is another reason why it's kind of sometimes important to kind of take some time for yourself and go do some other things and go have a little fun occasionally, okay? Because not everything has to be taken so seriously all the time. Perhaps just go take a bit of a detour, okay? Go do something for yourself, go have a little fun or something. That's just my personal advice, okay? That's my personal advice. That it's okay to go have a little fun, okay? I don't think there's like a sense of a restart here. If that was the case, I would kind of expect like the death or like judgment card or something. Or like even like some other cards. Like the Ace of Coins or like even the Page of Coins comes to mind with that one. I don't think it's time to restart it, no. Just sit with it a little longer, okay? And if that's something you decide, that's fine. Because you'll know what it needs most, okay? And if that's the conclusion you come to, then go with that. But for now, just give it time, okay? Just give it time. Is the particular message here, okay? Just give it time. Just put it on the back burner, sit with it a little bit, and just kind of do a little bit of like internal questioning, okay? A little bit of internal reflection on what you think the best course of action is, okay? And give yourself some space to just relax, because you might just get some random inspiration drop in from somewhere, okay? Let's see what the orc leg wants to add to that, though. Okay. 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 Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have withdraw here, which is definitely telling you to just go like internally. Go reflect internally a little bit. Just think about it. Okay, and give yourself the space to think about it, and remember that sometimes having a little bit of fun, and just doing something else completely different for a little bit can sometimes give us that space we need for like that inspiration to drop in, okay? So we have Withdraw. This card is reflective of the winter season, the time of stillness, death, and collecting our resources. It calls for a retreat of sorts. While our culture values productivity, doing, acting, and pushing forward, Spirit is asking you to take a break and to relax. Go within yourself, find stillness, gather your strength for what is to come. We often find the solutions we need when we step away from all that we are doing and allow ourselves to unfold. Okay. So yes. Yes. Go within to yourself a little bit here, okay? Reflect internally. Give yourself the space and time to relax, okay? And then Strength. This card indicates a time where you need to tap into your reserve of strength and resilience. There may be things coming up in your life right now that require your courage and the willingness to be uncomfortable. Our ability to adjust to any transition, loss, or change will depend on our patience in riding out the storm. Sometimes we have to do this without a map. Whatever is coming up for you right now, understand that it will pass, and you just need to believe that you can move through it. Okay, so yes. It's very much going in line with just kind of sit with it a little bit, okay? Just kind of sit with it. Okay? So, yeah. Just, take a pause. Reflect on it some. It's okay if you don't know where it should be going right now. Just allow yourself the space to process things and to reflect on things, okay? And just take some time for yourself to put a pause on this work. To go take some time for yourself to relax and decompress, okay? As the other card here mentioned, Withdraw, we can't always be go, 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 okay? Sometimes we do need that break from the progress to relax and rest, okay? That's sometimes where we get some moments of inspiration, okay? So I hope that message helps. Uh, no. That's what it's asking you to reflect on. As the strength card here said, just trust that the moment will pass. Now's not the time. Okay? Now's not the time for action. Now it's just a time to pause and reflect, is the general message here, okay? Reflect on what it's missing, reflect on what it needs, reflect on what needs to change, or what could change. That's something for you to reflect on currently during this moment of rest, okay? Hope the message helped. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Okay. And let's see what message they wish to close us off with tonight. What message would you like to close us out with? Okay. First. We have the Four of Swords reversed, the Eight of Wands, Ace of Coins, Two of Wands, and Two of Wands reversed, and Temperance reversed. Oops. There we go. Okay. So, essentially, the message here is, keep pushing forward with that progress, essentially. Keep pushing through with that progress. Um, it's time to keep taking action towards the things that you're working towards here currently, okay? Keep taking that action where you can. Embrace that fiery energy. Embrace that motivation. Embrace that speed, essentially. Don't try to rush things. Don't try to rush things as well. I say that specifically because of the Temperance card. Essentially, things will go at the speed that they're meant to go at, okay? Things will go at the speed that they're meant to go at as you progress towards this goal, okay? And that's okay. Remember not to rush it. Remember not to rush it. Remember not to let the fear of the unknown get in your way here, okay? Don't let that uncertainty, that fear of the unknown, fear of the future, and what that might bring to you, don't let that get in your way, okay? Don't let that get in your way. Remember to be patient with yourself, specifically. While yes, you should be taking action on things, remember not to get impatient and rush the process, okay? The process will happen at its own pace in the way that it's meant to happen. So don't push things and don't force things, because that's how you end up making mistakes and how you end up in that same space that you began with, okay? Continue letting this growth take place. Okay? Let this growth take place. And remember to be patient with yourself along this journey. Okay? See what the Oracle deck wants to add here. Okay. We have the Explorer and Compassion. The Explorer calls you out of your routine and into a rhythm with your deepest self and all that is around you. When people think Explorer, sometimes they conjure up images of grand traveling expeditions. While travel can be illuminating and profound, do not fool yourself into thinking that the experiences you need are out of your reach. Explore from exactly where you are. Explore on your own by doing new things and projects. Explore your current environment, even if it's just taking a different route on your way to work. The Explorer calls for a shake-up of the typical and the ordinary. Consider reflecting and journaling on the following questions. When you think of the word explore, what do you see in your mind's eye? What qualities are brought out in you when you are exploring, i.e. curiosity, excitement, play? A balanced explorer is driven by a need for freedom and to learn about the world around them. They do not like to be bound by society's expectations. Instead, they prefer that their external world reflects their internal world of mystery and curiosity. An explorer out of balance can have some ungroundedness and instability. Those that struggle being present with themselves may become addicted to constantly moving and going to new places, doing new things, meeting new people. Explorers may also have a tendency to refuse to sacrifice their freedom in the immediate, risking their ability to survive and build for the future. Example, not getting a steady job because they want to travel only to find themselves in debt years later and are then forced to sacrifice their freedom so they can survive. If this resonates with you, consider spending more time in solitude with no distractions. Allow for stillness and see what needs to be unearthed within you. And compassion. Now more than ever, we need to expand our ability to be compassionate towards self and others. There has been a trend in shaming and rejecting people who disagree with us and justifying doing so by using sweeping generalizations. Compassion calls us to remember that every human is a product of their environment and is incredibly nuanced. If we want to truly be compassionate, we dive deeper. We do not build a wall. No matter how correct we believe we are, we must do our best to understand others and their experiences. Their lived experiences have created their truth, and if we want to create a world of connection, we cannot afford to outcast those who do not agree. We have to work hard within ourselves to bridge that gap. Keep in mind, in some situations, compassion can take the form of a wall or a fist, but most of us humans are not perfect and we live in the gray area. Good but wounded. And in that, we need more intentional compassion and connection rather than punishment. How can you be more compassionate in your current life? Where have you built walls that do not serve you? Okay. Solid message to leave off with. So, if you needed to hear that message, I hope it helps you. But unfortunately, it is time for me to call it. Thank you all for stopping by. Whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked, I appreciate you sharing your time with me. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.